Hey, Chase, what's up? Oh, man. Nobody's watching me today. Oh, it's going. Oh, a little hungover. Um, Bummer. Oh, shit. Ow. Man, my fucking arm is killing me. Alright. I'm gonna mess more with that functional harmony thing. No, I think I need to see a doctor, actually. Because I pretty much completely stopped using it and it's not getting any better. Alright, let's go. Wishing you the best with that. Thank you. Oh, man. Alright, let's do more of this harmony stuff. Where is that website? Yeah, I don't know if you saw this functional harmony web app that Paliak came up with. But it's super cool. Last time I was looking at this with 22 Ito and definitely think it definitely found some cool chord progressions. Just talking to him about it on the stream. I want to look at a few more of these today. I also want to look at the website and try to understand the logic behind it a little better. I did read the website. So Paliak didn't come up with the voice leading principles really. I think he tweaked them, he said, but it's from this 31ito.com website. And then we just applied it to different tunings somehow. But I did look at it briefly the other day when he first came out with this. He sent it to me, so I checked it out. He sent me the website. The 31ito.com website. So I was already looking at that a little bit before he got the app running. But basically, if I understand it correctly, it basically just assumes notes next door to functional notes function the same way, more or less. Which you might think, wow, that's probably too much of an oversimplification, but it does seem to work. So you can click basically almost any of these red ones. Resolve nicely. to the green ones, especially the C major chord. So I left off, I was on the down B chord, so down B subdiminished would go to so down B subdiminished, so that'd be oh man, my arm is fucked up. Holy shit. Hey, Mr. Leakey. Thanks, Mr. Leakey. Alright, so the next one is the utonal diminished. Holy shit. I'm not even using this arm. It's just fucking hurting, man. It feels like I did like 1,000 fucking like push-ups with my right arm. Alright, so then the next one is the O-tonal diminished. That one's pretty straightforward. It's like that. And then minor. Is it a royal minor? So it should be sub minor with a flat 5, right? There it is. I think that one goes nicely to the super major. Try letting Waffles have a look. She usually gives great advices. Thanks, Mr. Leakey. What a great idea. I didn't think of that. I'll see what Waffle has to say about my arm. Alright, so then, that one goes nicely to the sub minor. Goes fine to the minor as well. Does Waffles sleep like Frankenstein? I'm really not sure what you mean by that, Mr. Leakey. She sleeps. Frankenstein sleeps. I sleep as well. I think you sleep too, so I mean, we all sleep. If you mean like, do we all sleep? Yes. Yes, she does. She does sleep, just like Frankenstein sleeps. Do you mean like is she inanimate until awakened by lightning or something like that? No, she does not need to be awakened by a lightning strike, as far as I'm aware. Frankenstein pose. Does she pose like Frankenstein when she sleeps? No, absolutely not. Although, on the rare occasion that she slept on her back, her arms stick straight up in the air like Frankenstein. So, yes. Yes, you know what? She does. She has. Not does. She doesn't do that regularly. She has, yes. She has slept just like Frankenstein. Okay, just like Frankenstein walks. I don't know if he sleeps like that. Maybe he puts his arms down. That's the best advice you can receive about it, Mr. Gore. Thank you, Mr. Leagy. That's really not. I don't even think that's slightly helpful, but I'm glad that we like already have accomplished that. You gotta sleep like Frankenstein pose. That's what's gonna help my arm. I have to stick my arms straight up in front of me, or do I need to sleep while standing? All right, next is Orwell Major. I like that one. That's how to fix it for good. Okay. I don't know. I don't even know if I can do that. This is saying you can play a minor chord on down B, and that will resolve to I don't know if I believe that. Okay, and it also says sensa minor. Okay, that one's a little sus, but alright, let's keep going. Augmented, or magic, rather. I like that one. Okay, magic minor. Major, super major. Oh. That's kind of cool, actually. That's okay. Sounds good. Magic minor. It's a major chord with a down sharp 5. I call that magic minor. I know that's sort of weird to say minor when it doesn't even have a minor third in it, but that's my own chord naming scheme. So basically, like, that's Orwell major. So like the Orwell major is like major third, subminor third. And if you do the other order, subminor third, major third, it's Orwell minor. But like the magic chord is 2 major thirds, right? Now if you invert the magic chord, you get this, and if you invert it again, you get this. So that first inversion of the magic triad, it's a major third followed by a super major third, and the second inversion is super major third followed by a major third. So if you compare all of those off the same root, the basic magic is like the most diminished version of all of those. And then this is like the most major sounding. That's the more minor sounding. That's the most diminished sounding. So it's like in this magic world, basically, you have the major, the minor, and then just plain magic, but it's kind of like the diminished form of those. And then I do the same thing with the sense of magic. Triads, it's 2 super major thirds. If you invert that, you get super major, minor. If you invert it again, you get minor, super major. So again, if you run the same root, this would be like the most augmented version of these triads. So it'd be like the major form, and be like the minor form. So sense of magic, sense of major, sense of minor, or sense of magic minor, or whatever for just the shorthand version. But yeah, this so Sense of Magic, Sense of Major, Magic Major, Magic Minor, and Magic. There are, well, I'd say actually like the Sense of Magic, Magic Major, Magic Minor, and Magic, they're like all augmented chords pretty unambiguously. And like this one like sort of can be. And this one maybe a little less, but interesting. I still haven't gotten some of these temperaments memorized. Can't remember what the hell Sense of Magic is still. It's just 2 super major thirds in 22. It's the same in 19 as well. So 19 and 22 both have Magic and Sense of Magic, because they both have appropriately sized super major and major thirds. There's some like tempering equation that results in one and the other, but I don't know what that is exactly. But so many of 2 super major thirds make a 5/3. That's probably what it is, yeah. Is Sense of Magic. Well, 5/3, is that the right one? Or the 5/3 is yeah. That'd be Sense of Magic. And then wait, I'm trying to think about that. E to C is a minor 6, right? 5 to 3. But 5 is over 3. E to G is a major 6. Yeah, so that'd be Sense of Magic. And then I guess Magic, it's 2 major thirds to make this, whatever the hell that is. Maybe it's the 8/5 or something. I don't really know. Alright, let's keep going. So I just did Magic Minor. Now Magic Major. It's the same. That's pretty smooth. That one goes nicely to the major. The other ones, not so much. Okay, and there's just one more route to explore all the dominant, so-called dominants. That's the B natural. So the super major 7, or the super leading tone, I guess. So we have a lot of the same chords on this. So the subdiminished. Oops. And that would be like the super Pythagorean 7. That one seems pretty versatile. Seems like I can resolve to any of those. And then the utonal diminished would be that goes nicely with a minor. I like that one going to the minor. Pretty satisfying. That one sounds pretty good going to the minor. I should write these down too, but I'm not gonna. That would make too much sense. Alright, let's do the O-tonal diminished. This one's gonna be minor, subminor. So B, E flat, G flat. It's kind of interesting. That one's good. Just seems to work fine as well. Gonna head out early. Have a good one. All right. So yeah, thanks for dropping in, dude. Appreciate the well wishes. Okay, so the O-tonal diminished on this would be. Wait, did I do U-tonal? Could be subminor, minor. O-tone will be minor. Subminor. I think I did them both. I think the weakest one here is going to the subminor because they have that common tone. Sounds good going to the super major. Hey, Peter. Just spent 3 hours making a song and realized the VST I was using doesn't even work with microtones. As well as a dozen other songs you made with that VST. You were mixing 12-8 with Zen stuff randomly. Oh, that's crazy. That's such a normal like production error. Like I can't tell you how many times like I thought something in my DAW was doing something, only to realize like, oh, this doesn't even do anything the way I think it's doing it. And then you're like, wow, all of that was just in my head. I just psyched myself into thinking that was doing something other than what it's actually doing, which is either nothing or something else entirely. It's really embarrassing when you have multiple songs doing that. Yeah. I believe it. I'm no stranger to embarrassment. If you ask me, life is embarrassing. Just going to the grocery store is embarrassing. But yeah. But you tempered the microtonal 7 to 12, so it must match up. It detempered a change. It changed your microtonal stuff. It didn't retune your microtonal synths, though, right? Like it didn't detune your other synths. It was just like 12 and that one VST, right? The one VST would be in 12. Really? So it would find the next best fit for 12 Edo? That's really interesting. So it would have like I guess it would have a bunch of like redundant notes then. But I think from what I understand in Ableton, you you pretty much always condense your piano roll to one scale, so you could avoid noticing that for a long time. It put the same note next to each other. Yeah, some synths do that, I've noticed. Because I tried to retune like Mono Fury, and it was doing stuff like that. And there's some other ones too. That's why I don't like doing like MIDI. I really don't like doing like MPE retuning. Like I way prefer to use MTS ESP, because sometimes with the MPE retuning, like if you're using a synth that's not, I I should clarify. It's not that I would rather use MTS ESP, but it's actually more that I'd rather use synths that have my inbuilt microtonal support than ones that you can just retune with MIDI pitch bend. Because yeah, it doesn't have to be MTS ESP, but yeah, if the synth doesn't natively support microtuning, like you run into so many weird issues or just like inconveniences and blah blah blah. You did end up getting the synth to work, but every single note would have a crazy pitch bend sound in it because of retuning. It's UBI World Suite. Interesting. I I wonder if you used like infinitone or end-tonal or something. Although I really don't recommend end-tonal, because if you use that, you can't, at least as far as I can tell, you can't actually like do any of your automations and stuff. But I guess if it was a synth you didn't want to tweak at all, or if you were going to do all your automations on other plugins that are manipulating that, yeah, like if you weren't going to actually automate the synth itself, I guess it would be fine. Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, it's crazy. Um, but it goes to show you too, like, yeah, I mean, shit, how much you can get away with like weird tunings, because you can just mix microtones in with 12 Edo. It's just fine. Alright, where was I? O tonal diminished? I think I did that one. Orwell minor on this. Okay, so sub minor and down 5. That sounds good. Going sub minor. That sounds good too. That's another kind of good all around. Just goes to any one of the tonic chords just fine. Okay, and then chemic. No, not chemic. Wait a second. Shouldn't it be chemic? No. Sub minor. Sub minor on B. Okay. That's kind of cool. I feel like these kind of match. That's a pretty good one. It's pretty much all these on the leading tone and the super leading tone seem to work really nice. Yeah, I'm just doing dominant to tonic. I didn't finish the other night. I got close. I got to the last 2 root notes, so I'm almost done with these. I think I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna go look. I think I know how it works pretty much. Like I think it's like, but I'm not sure where the cutoff is. But I think basically like I need to look at that website and see like what like chords would normally count as dominant. According to that anyway. And then I think I'll understand basically how to, like, what is the word, extrapolate that information to know like what chords would be dominant chords without having to look at a chart. Because it's pretty much, from what I can tell, it's pretty much just like it's just like the normal voicings, but then you have freedom to move those voices up or down within so many steps. And where it gets interesting, I think, is where like the notes are off from normal in opposite directions, but it's still like close enough. But I don't know exactly how it works. I need to like go and actually read that article. All right, so next would be sense minor. It's minor and then super major. Oh, interesting. But obviously, like, the root can't be changed at all. I mean, I obviously could too, because there's some that are like an Edo step off, but the same chord will resolve. So like on this, for instance, the Orwell on this and this both would resolve to the same, as well as this, which means that this would also resolve. Oops. Here. No. So like dominant chord. So that's one thing that's kind of interesting that I think can also help make sense of this stuff, is that in 12 Edo, well, traditionally speaking, in 12 Edo, the 5 chord would resolve to one place. Now, this does change because in more modern, in more recent times, a dominant chord like a 5/7 can also resolve down a half step, and that's tritone substitution. So basically, the same chord could resolve to 2 different places in modern 12 Edo theory. I mean, you can go wherever you want, but that would be maybe the strongest resolution possible. One of 2 places. And here, like on this chart, for instance, in any instance where the same chord is a dominant chord starting on different roots. So for instance, the Orwell diminished chord resolves to C from up F, up A flat, down A, down B, and B. So there's 5 different Orwell diminished chords that will resolve to C. What this also means is that any Orwell diminished chord could be in any of those 5 positions relative to some tonic, which means that you could use the Orwell diminished chord to modulate, to either reinforce the key ring or to modulate to 4 different places. So like the B Orwell could go to the C, but it could also go to up C, because down B also goes to C, which means that down B could go to C, but could also go to B or whatever. So basically, the Orwell chord could be down an Edo step, down 2 Edo steps, up however many. So it doesn't matter. So you can move from so if you know how many Edo steps every one of these chords is, I'm wondering now if any of these is only in one position. So the only one that's in only one position, yes, exactly. If there's more than one dominant in the same column, then that chord can be used to modulate. So like in 12 Edo, we do this with like diminished chords. For instance, like a fully diminished chord is often used either as a dominant, like a diminished chord is usually used as a dominant chord. It usually has a dominant function. So whether you use the triad, like the triad is usually like less ambiguous, but if you use the 4-note stack of minor thirds. Basically, that stack of minor thirds can resolve, because it's a symmetrical chord. It's not. Its rootedness is ambiguous, so it's ambiguously rooted. So you can use that to modulate using diminished chords, and basically like a F sharp fully diminished is like the 5 of G minor usually. So, but it's also the 5 of B flat minor because it could be rooted on the A. It's also the 5 of C sharp minor because it could be rooted on the C. It's also the 5 of E minor because it's rooted on the D sharp. So with like symmetrical chords or chords that, I mean, yeah, like if the voice leading works in 2 different directions, like that's why tritone substitution works, is because the voice leading of the 5/7 chord can either the 3rd and the 7th can resolve inwards to the root in the 3rd, or they can resolve resolve outwards to the to a different root in 3rd. So like if you have a G7 and you have G down B, I mean I'm 22 so I'm gonna say down B, but like the same chord can resolve, like B goes to C and F goes to E down E, or the same down E and B could go to this F sharp, I guess. I don't know if it works as well in 22, but it should. Anyway, that's what you do in 12. I don't know if it works as nicely in this. So it also can resolve that way. So anytime you have that chord, although it more often will go here, it can also smoothly go, or yeah, go there. So they're not, dominant chords aren't usually used that way, but they are occasionally. But then it can also like go to like deceptive cadence, but that's a whole different can of worms. But yeah, in this case, so there's only a couple spots where the position of the dominant, like where there's only one of some dominant in some column. So on the major chord, that is the case. I mean, on the 5 chord, that's the case. So in this, and then on the minor chord, which I don't even believe that one is real, but on the minor chord, it's also the case. But all the others, there's multiple of the same shape. So for those, it's like, how many Ito steps can you move to resolve that chord shape? So that'd be an interesting thing to look at. And to mess around with. So I could take one of these chords and just try to resolve it to all the different tonics that it can resolve to. So up F is so F is 4/4/1/9. So up F would be 10. So you can resolve down 10 Ito steps. 10 Ito steps is, I mean, it's an up fourth. So like if I had this chord, this Orwell diminished, I could resolve down and up four. Up four looks like this. So I could resolve to this chord as well. So I could go from here to here. That's kind of like tritone sub. So I go from here to here, or I go from here, a tritone from the root. Okay, that kind of makes sense. And I can also go, so that same chord on up flat, I mean up A flat. So up A flat is, how many Ito steps? 14, 15. So if I'm on this chord and I go up, what is that? 7 Ito steps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I'm on up A flat, so I can resolve up 7 Ito steps as well with the same chord. So I can also resolve to E flat, down E flat. Maybe the minor works better. Oh, that one sounds pretty good. So I can go to the C, and also go to that. So yeah, you can use this as like a interesting pivot point. So you can actually pivot to the median using the same triad. It's kind of interesting. I can also use that to go to C sharp. So the same chord can go to, not C sharp, but up C. So the same chord can go to C, up E flat, F sharp, and also from down A. So that's up 6 Ito steps. So I can also go to E flat proper. Shit. I have that one right. That one seems sus. Up, up, F. Up 12. So I can go up to there. In front of this, I can go from here to here. That one's good. Yeah, so I guess I can't do that one. So if I did the same thing here, that is F sharp, so I guess I was doing it right. I guess that's better voice leading there. So yeah, I could go, so the same B, Orwell, B Orwell or whatever. It's probably easier to just think in terms of C on everything. So if I had a C Orwell triad, I could resolve to down G. I could resolve to up A flat to C is 7. Resolve to down E. And then resolve up 6, so up E flat. Okay, and then I could also resolve to Edo steps up and 1 Edo step up. So the same C could go to down G, up E flat, down E, D flat, or up D flat. So C Orwell could resolve. The subdiminished could go to all of those keys. The subdiminished could go to 5 different keys, I guess. Okay, interesting. And there's a lot of these. There's a lot of these because the U-tonal has 5. U-tonal diminished has 5. The O-tonal diminished has 6. Orwell minor has 4. Chemic has 3. Orwell major has 4. Subminor has 2. Minor has 1. Major has 1. Those are the only ones with 1. Super major has 2. So one is a tritone away. No, it's not. It's a down 5 away. So F sharp goes up 10 or down 12. What was that one? Super major? And then the same super major, and G can also go there. Which means the same super major can go. So like G super major can go to C, but it could also go to up C. Does this one also goes there? So there's a lot of these like really easy comma shift style progressions because a lot of times both the chords are right next to each other. Yeah, comma pump. Yeah, there's a lot of instances where the chords are right next to each other. So you could either resolve to some chord or some chord an Edo step away. The algorithm used can sometimes treat inner regions of intervals the same. Yeah, that makes sense. So I want to look at the website and kind of see if I can't understand this a little better. This one's maybe less important. I think it makes sense that like a chord that sounds similar to another chord, even if it's not exactly the same, which you have a lot of that in microtonal harmony, it'll still function similarly. They still function, the dominant targets an interval, but can miss by tiny comments, so work. Alright, I'm gonna put on some music. I'm gonna feed my dog. Actually, I was listening to some of Nick Vucci's stuff. It sounded pretty cool. Let's listen to that. '53 one? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll check that out. Oops. What the fuck? Jeez. This is insane. That one works. So, what it qualifies as a tonic chord? Seems like a lot. Neutral minor. So anything with an up 5 or a down 5. But not 6, 7, 8, 9. Why are there so many tonic chords? What is this? I guess those sound like major and minor chords, basically. What the heck is NM? Neutral major? Why are there 2 neutral majors? What's the difference? Is one a neutral major with a up 5? Oh yeah, okay, I see. I'm not worried about the names, I'm worried about I'm just trying to figure out what the cutoff is. If that makes sense. So everything between 670 and 730 is a fifth. I'm just trying to figure out why there's like so many tonic triads, but that makes sense. So it would basically be all the 10 million thirds that 53 Ito has. And then multiply that by 3. Something like that. There might be a little tweak here or there. Multiply by... Oh, you don't count that as a fifth, right? 740. So be these 3. And then it's got a lot of thirds. I don't know if you count that one, but assuming you even just do these, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 3 would be 24. How many did we get? 48. Oh, there's tonic triads on like weird spots too. There's 22 right here. What did you say? 670 and 730? Is that fifth? 670, 730. Okay, that was what I thought too. So I agree with that. And then how does it make it a tonic though? We must be including all of these, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It gets us closer, but not to 48. What are these ones? These are what are these ones? So it's a major. Is it like an inversion of another chord or something? The thirds are 260 to 440. That's what I would do. Well, probably, yeah. Something like that. 4, 6, 40. That would definitely make things easier. Maybe I'd go out one more, but I don't know. 1, 2, okay, but now, so that's how this is working though, so that's good to know. So that would give you 8. That'd give you 8 times 3. Alright. Alright. Oh. There's bugs. Well, don't these still sound right? Oh, what the fuck? That one's crazy. That's almost the root. What do you want me to look at with this? I can't remember. Let's see. If you look at 53, you can see how the regions work out. Regions. Okay. Are you saying this that same basic pattern is like in all of them? Kinda. All right. Let me look at a couple other ones. This one's really hard to look at. It's 31. Makes sense because it's all about voice leading. Chord names are bad for everything but 22. Oh, wow. Alright, I'll definitely send you those 27 ones. I also got some in 19 and 15 I can send you. That's stuff that Variable and Fitzgerald came up with. Well, actually, me and Variable kind of worked together on the 19 stuff, but alright, I want to look at the website actually. It's not really that long. Is this the whole thing? It's just this. There should only be 5 tonic chords. Also, I did send this to Jahani. I wonder if he saw it yet. I don't think so. Alright. The way people learn how to compose comes from learning a bit of music theory, blah blah blah. We need to develop a working model of functional harmony. In 12, I find chords coming out of 4 main functions. Okay, here's the meat and potatoes. We have the tonic chords, where we resolve to, or in some cases, a substitute for this. We have subdominants, which are unstable, point us away from our tonic. We have dominant, I don't know that that's true, but fine, let's keep going. We have dominant chords, which are unstable, and directional, which lead us back to our tonic. Finally, we have a fourth function, chords that have direction back to our tonic, but without the same instability of a dominant chord. I actually think predominant, this is a better direction, or better definition for predominant, is a chord that has direction back to our tonic, but without the same instability of a dominant chord. So I think he got these definitions of mediant in this kind of backwards. The only difference being a mediant chord is not necessarily unstable. But yeah, I think typically subdominant chords are not considered unstable in the same way that dominant chords are. Anyway, let's keep going. Nonetheless, obviously this got us where we're at, so this must be good enough. So the best example of this is 3 minor from the major scale, which is hard to place as a tonic or dominant chord. So I believe it fits better in a separate group. Some people define this chord as a dominant chord, actually. I don't really agree with that, but some people do because it has a leading tone in it. I call this a mediant function off the 3 minor, but the name isn't standard. Well, it's the mediant because the third note of the scale is the mediant. It's just what it's called. Anyway, we can rigorize these definitions by placing them. I mean, it's probably some reason, but I don't know what it is. Rigorize these definitions by placing them. I use 6 groups of notes: stable, modal, hollow, unstable, leading, and odd. Interesting. Okay, this is what I'm really curious about. We can rigorize these definitions by placing them depending on the function of individual notes. In 12 Ito, stable notes are the root and perfect fifth. Okay. And the main 2 points of resolution. The notes which are almost always in our home tonic chord. Yeah, okay, I agree with that mostly. I do think it's, yeah, I mean, that's good enough. Okay, and then modal notes are a minor and major third, deciding the tonality we're in. They're not contributing to function on their own. It's kind of an interesting way of thinking about it. I wonder if that is correct. Deciding the tonality but not contributing to function. Sort of interesting. Okay, hollow notes, the major 6th and minor 7th similarly don't affect function. Major 6th and minor 7th don't affect function. Well, the minor 7th is part of the dominant chord, but let's just keep going. Adding color when on top of a tonic chord. That's kind of weird, because if you add a minor 7th to a tonic chord, it's suddenly a dominant chord. So I wonder, and in fact, that's a common method of modulating down a fifth, is to just add the minor 7th to your tonic triad. So I wonder, I don't know. I think that's basically just incorrect. Now, the thing with the major 6th I see, I can understand a little better. because generally speaking, like a C6 chord, the major sixth is a similar to the third. It just adds actually less powerful than the third. But like sixths are inverted thirds too. But yeah, if you stick it on top of a triad, it's kind of a color tone. The major sixth is like is a color tone on top of a triad. But it's a tonic color tone is the other thing. Like it does have like functional relevance because major six is almost always on a tonic. You can add it to a seventh chord as well and it does nothing. I guess it does nothing is one way of thinking about it. So I think I agree with Hollow with the sixth, but maybe not with the seventh. Explain how it works and what it changed here. Alright, let's check this out. Something went wrong. What the hell, man? Is my computer broken? Are we streaming? And you do delta chords. It's fast. You broke it. That's nice.
For how to make functional harmony for 31
Yeah, let's turn this up a little bit.
Ito. And the premise is you assign like sub functions or mini functions to intervals, right? And so he used 6 different types. He called them stable, modal, hollow, unstable, leading, and odd. In his theory, the only ones that actually do anything are leading notes and unstable notes. And here I even drew out shit. So the premise is you assign. Let me erase some shit. This is 12 Ito, right? Written in modular math notation. No, you're good. You're good. I want to go into it. It's fun. And so you notate what they are. The tonic is stable. The fifth is stable, so they're marked as stable, right? The tritone and the minor second are labeled as odd. What's most important is unstable notes, which is 2 is noted as unstable in that it like kind of wants to go somewhere, and 5 wants to go somewhere as well. I feel like these aren't supposed to be used. I think I fucked up something there, or I was changing stuff. Anyways, there's leading tones. Essentially, some notes are leading, right? So the minor 6 wants to go to the perfect fifth, and the actual leading tone wants to go to the tonic, right? And then from these sub-functions that you describe, you then look at chords and you categorize them according to these rules. This here is an added rule I added, so ignore that. But the premise is dominant chords will be chords that have unstable notes and leading tones, right? And so if we look at your actual 5 chord, which is going to be this note, and this note, you'll see it has stable, it has leading tone, and it has an unstable note. And by adhering to this thing, this is going to be a dominant chord because it has unstable and a leading note, right? And so you could go through and figure out what all the chords are based on these rules. So a tonic is going to not have either of them, right? Tonic is going to be this guy, stable, mediant, stable. M is for mediant. And since it doesn't have either of those, it's labeled as a tonic. That was this guy's rule set, and by following those basic rules, you end up constructing functional harmony for your major scale. So basically, it sounded like he took all the intervals and then he tried to work backwards and create rules that create functional harmony for the major scale. I looked into it, and So this is me looking explicitly at each of the notes. This is your one chord, which is going to be the notes 0, 4, 7. And then which gives you a tonic note. A 2 chord gives you predominant, 3 gives you median, so on and so forth. These all work. This is what you expect, right? You only have 4 types of chords: dominant, predominant, median, and tonic. But his theory didn't follow through when it came to non-diatonic or just chords that aren't in your major scale. So like your flat 2 didn't actually give you a predominant, because the flat major 2 chord functions as a predominant chord in functional harmony. It's like a common chord progression. It didn't. His theory didn't give that, so I tweaked it, and I tweaked the rules such that your flat 2 gives you a predominant. So like this was, like I added this rule over here. If we have an odd note as well as these other rules, then it ends up qualifying, and that ends up making these things function as they should. Your flat major 6 chord should function as a median chord, because that's how fucking like chromatic medians and stuff like that will often they'll sound like that, right? It's a chromatic median. Your 6th note is a median. Your flat 7 major chord should function as a predominant, right? Stuff like that. So I tweaked the rules until it all kind of cleanly worked out, such that 12 Ito ends up you get the functional harmony map for 12 Ito, right? And it comes from using those basic rules. Now, the point of that is I can then apply those basic rules to other chords. So the main challenge is I have to look at all the notes in like 20 Ito and then figure out which ones are stable, right? The stable ones are always just going to be like your 5th and your tonic, and then which ones are unstable that want to lead somewhere, that function as predominance or will help, like in combination with the leading tone, go towards the tonic chord. And so we created all these rules that describe how voice leading works, kind of in a
That's
more
pretty much
abstract
it.
sense.
All right. Right on. Cool. Yeah. Do you have do you have a list where like how you classified the like all the chromatic scale in 12 Ito? So because I don't understand how the because you said you changed it from this. Um, um, I'd be interested to see that because I don't think I really have a good like a strong intuition about how those would work out. But anyway, this thing obviously works, so um I haven't messed with like the predominant stuff, but the when I have it worked. Yeah. Yeah, those all sound good. Or like good enough. Anyway, I'm still curious how this works. So the hollow notes, tone function, also being a tritone away from one of the modal notes. Wait, what? Adding color one on top of a tonic chord, also being a tritone away from one of the modal notes. Modal notes, creating an opportunity for dissonance without function. What does that mean, modal? Oh, that's a different type of note. Modal notes are our minor and major third. Oh, okay, so that's the modal notes. So hollow notes are a tritone away from the modal notes. Okay, interesting. And then creating opportunity for dissonance without affecting function. How do you account for the fact that C7 is a dominant chord, though? And then I guess like C would be a dominant in respect to F regardless, just because it has E and G in it. And then if you add the minor seventh, if you say that changes nothing, I guess it's still the case that it does. It's sort of interesting. I think like, because yeah, like GBD, D resolves to C and B resolves to C. And when you add this seventh, the F resolves to the E. But if the E is not really that important to the function of the tonic chord, then the resolving tendency of the F to the E doesn't actually influence the function, which sort of makes sense because like the 5-1 progression is still a dominant to tonic progression. So it's like the flat 7 is like a redundant, it's like a redundancy. That kind of makes sense. It's kind of interesting. All right, and then being right next to the modal notes. All right, the unstable notes are the major second perfect fourth. Right. So that's, yeah, taking you away from the root. And being right next to the modal notes being an essential component of subdominant or dominant chord. Unstable notes are the major second, taking you away from the root. And being right next to the modal notes being an essential component of the subdominant or dominant chord. So what are the unstable notes? Have they not gone into that yet? So leading notes are the minor sixth. Did they say what the unstable notes are? Oh, the major second and perfect fourth. Okay. The unstable notes are the major second and perfect fourth, taking you away from the root. This theory only applies to triads. That's all you did. Yeah. That's you know what, that's probably good enough though, honestly. Because like the basic, I mean, I don't know, it's like when you think about the 5-1 thing, it's sort of interesting. Because like in music, if you added the minor seventh to a triad, it would change its function. So when you're listening to music, that like if you're in the key of C and then you play a C7 chord, like that's a very common way of modulating, like changing the key to go down a fifth. Like Beethoven does that all the time, like, or did that all the time. I mean, it's just like a very common way of doing a key change. So I think in practice, like a dominant, in fact, musicians tend to use the term dominant and like 7 chord interchangeably. Like if you say a G dominant, you're talking about a G7 chord. And a lot of players will just speak that way. We'll say, yeah, it's a dominant chord. Like if you say dominant chord, you mean the 5 chord. What's up, user random alphabet? How's it going? Welcome back. So I mean, Yeah, and usually, like, it's not a technical term, way of using the term, but usually, like, when we say dominant chord, we mean a seven, like a G7 chord. If you're in the key of C, if you said G dominant, you wouldn't mean G major. You would mean G7. So that's not a technical definition, but the reason why that's like such a common informal definition is that they pretty much are synonymous in practice. So, but at the same time, if you just follow this, it still makes sense. Like, it still works because the, I mean, it just works out because the C and the G. Basically, the way this is working is that it's saying this is your key. You're just choosing a key arbitrarily, and it's saying like every scale degree in reference to some tonic is this. And once you introduce like the B flat or whatever to the C chord, everything is suddenly in reference to a new tonic. So this is not really taking that into account. Like once you add the B flat to the C chord, suddenly the C is no longer the tonic. Now it's the 5. And now the E is not the 3rd, now it's the 7th. It's the leading tone. And now the G is the 2nd. So everything becomes recontextualized in that moment. So like this is not taking into account that the relationships between the notes is changing every time you change key. It's not really explaining key changes, but I think it's still, at least to a decent degree, categorizing the way that the notes in some scale, I mean, in relation to one tonic function. So I guess that's just a limitation of this. I don't really know what would get you beyond that necessarily. But yeah, it definitely is the case that like the minor 7th will affect the function. But yeah, our table is only triads, so there's no and it's only just one key. So anyway, okay, let's just keep going. So leading tones are minor 6 and major 7th. Leading tones are minor 6 and major 7th. Half step away from the stable notes, leading you back to the root. So do they consider D flat and F sharp leading tones as well? Finally, the odd notes are the minor 2nd and the tritone. Oh, that's the ones I was just asking about. They're also a half step from a stable note, but tritone from the other, so the release from them isn't strong enough to be leading intervals. But they can enhance existing dominant chords, so that is just incorrect. Because if you put an F sharp on well, I think it's the case with the D flat. Yeah, so like D flat and F sharp are basically, well, let's think in relation to C, all notes are the minor 2nd and the tritone. It's half step from the stable note, tritone from the other. At least when I isn't trying to be leading. So the B, the leading tone, well, yeah, the leading tone. So the flat 6 going to the 5 is absolutely the case. The B going to the 7th going to the tonic is absolutely the case. I don't know. Anyway. Simplified version of the model, but allows us to categorize 12 Edo chords easily. Dominant chords consist of unstable and leading steps. Subdominant chords consist of unstable but not leading steps. Median chords consist of leading but not unstable steps. Tonic chords consist of neither. From here we can compare chords from within the groups based on what roles the other steps have. Expanding 31. To make the system work for 31, we need to put all 31 steps into categories based on how they function in a scale. First up, the stable notes are just... So anyway, let me go back and review this much. Like, okay, I'm curious about the chromatic notes and stuff, but... Just ignoring that. I think the diatonic stuff mostly makes sense. So... Especially the major scale stuff, I think it mostly makes sense. So, like... They're saying the 2 and the 4 want to resolve to the tonic, and they're saying, oh, yeah, like the 2 and the, what do they say? The 2 and the 4 are unstable, and the B is a leading tone. So B, D, and F, that'd be a leading tone and 2 unstable intervals. So they're basically saying D and F always want to go C and E. And they're saying that B always wants to go to C. And that's basically just normal. Like, that's what everybody says. And then A flat goes to G. That applies more to minor keys. It's also the case. And then, but also there's like minor plagal, which it still works there. Now, let's keep going, because what does it say anything about the root of the chord and how that affects any of this? Or to make the system work for 31, we need to put all 31 steps into categories based on how they function in a scale. Stable notes are still just the tonic and perfect fifth. They're the main points of resolution. The most consonant parts of a root triad. For the modal steps, we still have the minor and major thirds. We can add in subminor and supermajor. The hollow steps of major 6 and minor 7 are joined by supermajor 6 and subminor 7th, and they share much of their function. So basically they add subminor and supermajor to tonic to a modal, and they add supermajor and subminor to hollow. And they add... Wait, if you had a chord that was just like, Oh, paleoximity rules. Alright. So it says here, dominant has a leading tone that resolves to root plus an unstable interval, or has a stable interval but no root. No stable interval. Oh, man, this is so confusing. So a dominant has a leading tone, so that's either a B or an A flat, and it doesn't have, no, that resolves to root is what it says. Is a root note a 5? Stable. The stable notes are the root and fifth. So a leading tone that resolves to the root. So basically B natural. So basically the leading tone. So dominant has the leading tone and does not have the root in the chord as well, which makes sense. And then plus an unstable interval. Okay, plus an unstable interval. So unstable, again, that's like, unstable is that D and F? Is that what they said? Yeah, it's like D and F. So if it has the leading tone and, so if it has B and D or B and F, it's already a dominant, pretty much. But can't have the root And no stable intervals between the chord tones. No stable intervals between the chord tones. Wait, what? Stable would be G or C. Well, F, G, B would be dominant, but okay, whatever. It works for triads anyway. Normal triads. So what would be a chord with B and F that wouldn't be dominant? Normally, F sharp B and well, no, probably not. Yeah, F sharp. So A flat would be A, B, F. It's not like a normal chord though. So like the only triads you can make if you have B and F would be diminished, basically. Be like the only normal triad you could make. In 12, you could either do a B diminished or a F diminished. Okay, so if you have B and F, that's pretty much guaranteed to be a dominant chord. And then I'm just trying to simplify this. I'm just saying triads, just triads. So those would be the only two possible triads in 12 if you have B and F. Then predominant has an unstable interval plus no leading tone to the root. So it cannot have a B in the chord is what that means. So it has to have an unstable interval, which that would be D or F. So it'd have to have D or F, and it can't have a B. So that makes sense, I suppose. So, and it can't have A flat. Well, wait, what does it say for that? Let me look at the 12 Edo one. What do they say about that in 12 Edo? That should be a dominant chord, right? Or is it a predominant? So if I go to A flat, diminish. Yeah, they say dominant. Okay. So why is A flat dominant? Is it because it has a leading tone that resolves to the root plus an unstable interval? So A flat diminished is dominant on here, but it doesn't have the B in it. Oh, wait, no, what am I saying? Yeah, it does. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it does. Never mind. All right. What was I doing? Okay, predominant. I was looking at predominant. It has an unstable interval plus no leading root tone to the root. So one unstable interval. So unstable intervals are D and F, right? So they could be like F. So the reason F minor would be predominant on this would be because it has the root in the chord, right? Because it's F and A flat. Also, it has no leading tone. What does it call D diminished? That's normally a predominant. Would that be a predominant on here too? Yes, all the two chords are predominant. Which, just think all the combos would be diminished, minor, major, and augmented. That kind of makes sense. Okay. Yeah, because D augmented would be like the 5 of the 5. Those will all be like going to the 5 chord, basically. Exception being D diminished. But, nah, that one can go to the 5 chord too. Actually, it does that a lot in a minor key. Okay, that works. All right, let's keep going. So median has no unstable notes. No unstable notes. Has any leading tone or hollow or odd. So basically median has no unstable notes. I think that's... It has to have no unstable, can have any leading tone, or hollow or odd. What the hell was hollow again? Hollow was like A and B flat. And what was the odd? I don't think I got that far. Odd, oh yeah, I did. The minor second and the tritone. So median would be... And then no unstable plus hollow or odd. So if the C sharp, so if D flat was if D flat was a unstable note that resolved to C, I think the reason it's not is because it doesn't, like it can resolve to D almost like as well as it can resolve to C. I think it depends on what other notes are with it. So like D flat with F is more likely to pull down to C. But I don't know if you would consider D flat major a dominant chord on its own. It would need the B in there as well, I think. So it should... So that D flat, but I think you were saying in your video that, or on your stream, that if you tweaked it so that D flat would be predominant, right? D flat major is predominant as opposed to median, because according to his definition, it would have been median. A flat. And the D flat to a G chord, I guess the D flat resolves to the... Or the A flat pulls down to the G. F goes to nowhere, to G, I guess. D flat goes to D or B. I guess D. Anyway, it does work. Alright. It's kind of interesting. Okay, median has no unstable, has any leading tone or hollow or odd. So it just can't have D or F, basically. So it could be like a B major chord. Could have any unstable, no, any leading tone or hollow or odd. Hollow was A and B flat, right? So hollow is A and B flat. Where hollow notes the major 6th and minor 7th, yeah. And then the odd was the flat 2 and the sharp 4. So like B major, even though B major does go pretty nicely to C. is the only one I think is just wrong. It's the B minor to C is not dominant. I wonder what the internet says about that progression, though. I wonder if that's already an idea. What kind of chord progression is B minor to C major? Modal interchange. Yeah, that's what I thought, basically. How would I analyze a B minor chord in the key of C major? They say it seems to imply Lydian. I get that for sure. The 3 chord can sub for the 1. I don't know about all that. That's kind of weird. Graceful transition from B major to C major. C chord in the B minor scale. B is the Phrygian flat 2. Yeah, in B minor. Yeah, definitely. All right, there doesn't seem to be much about this chord progression specifically. I left it in because it's a Lydian progression. Yeah, I don't think it's a dominant though, is all I'm saying. Yeah, but yeah, it's a cool chord progression, but it is not, doesn't function as a, that one, that's the only one that seems wrong to me. Yeah, I think it's literally just a median or something else. I mean, it would belong in that median category, basically. Voice leads well into it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I do that progression all the time. But it doesn't seem to function the same way as this. Anyway, just one chord. Maybe it is. Maybe it should be a dominant. I don't know. Okay. I think it's... Let's think about this though for a second. I think if you think of the dominant definition, okay, dominant has a leading tone that resolves to the root plus unstable interval, or has an unstable interval or no root. So let me look at this for a second. Here's what I want to look at. I want to look at all the so-called dominant chords in 12 EDO. All these triads. So of all the ones we have, the flat 3 augmented. So that has E flat, which that would be, E flat would be a color tone, right? Modal, I think they called it. And then B would be the leading tone. Excuse me, and then G is whatever. Okay. That I think works fine as a dominant chord. But it's almost easier to think of it like it's a 5-1 resolution with augmented fifth. So it's really like G, B, D sharp. D sharp goes to E, B goes to C, G goes down to C. Or whatever. G stays the same. It can just stay the same. This one though, that is actually really similar to this one. Just, this is sort of intermediate between like a traditional dominant and this. Oh, sorry, wrong chord. So this is kind of similar to this. because they both kind of slide up. But it's also really similar to B major to C. I feel like. And honestly, I feel like B to C is like a smoother change than B minor to C. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. I wonder though if there's something about that F sharp. I feel like there could be something about that F sharp. Yeah, it's just the augmented 5 chord exactly. All right, let's just keep going though. I don't have any answers. I'm just thinking out loud. Like all the other dominant chords are what? They're all diminished chords and 5 chords. So this is just F diminished, which F resolves to E, B resolves to C, and A flat resolves to G. I buy that one. It's better if it's the full diminished 7th chord, but it still, I think, works. And then that one obviously is the classic. That one's like just a modified classic. The flat 6 diminished is just the other half of the 4 diminished, or the other piece of the 4 diminished. B goes to C, D goes to E, I guess. A flat goes to G. It's better as a minor. It's better going to a minor chord. Because D can go to E flat. Same thing here. So these both work pretty well as triads going to a minor chord. A little better than the major, but it still works, I guess. And then the other ones are just B diminished and B augmented. So why is B augmented on there? Oh, it's just a. What do they think? Why do they say? Why does this system put E flat augmented? And why does it put the augmented chords? Dominant has a leading tone that resolves with a root, so they have the B in there. And no root itself, also true. Plus an unstable interval. The unstable interval is not in here, is not in this chord. Or because it doesn't have D or F. Or has stable interval. Wait, what? Has a leading tone that resolves to the root plus unstable interval, or has a stable interval, which in this case would be G, but no root. So basically it has G. If you're in 12, it would have to just be G, because those are the only two stable intervals, C and G. So it has a leading tone that resolves to the root, plus either an unstable interval, meaning D or F. A leading tone, that's just B, so the dominant chord has to have a B in it. Has to have a B in it, has to have a leading tone in it. And it either has to have one other unstable interval or a G in it. That's kind of what it's saying. It either has to have B, D, or G in it. That's literally what it's saying. It has to have, it has to have B no matter what. So if you're in the key of C, it has to have a B, and then it either has to have D, F, or G. And that is what it takes to be a dominant triad according to this. Yeah, I also think like if you were to try to extend this to like weird chords, I wonder how well it would I wonder if it would break. Cuz I think for triads it's pretty safe, but I'm like, so what if you had um what would be a good example? I don't even know. It has to have a B in it. It has to have either G, D, or F or whatever. Uh, I think. I'm trying to think of like weird chords. Like, so you had B and well, that little B minor is like a good example where it doesn't seem to work because B, D, and F sharp. That's not. That's the only one where it doesn't seem to work. But where? But what would what would fix that even? All right, let's just keep going. I don't think I'm ever gonna figure out an answer to this, but all right, mediant has no unstable intervals, so unstable is D or F, and it has any leading tone or hollow or odd. And the types of notes are what? Stable, modal, hollow, unstable, leading, and odd. So this has no leading tone. So it can't have a G in it to be a median. Wait, what? Yeah, but E flat is a median. That's not right. Oh, leading tone. No, it can have a stable. Have any. Just can't have an unstable, I think. Has any leading tone or hollow or odd. Hollow is A and B flat, and then odd is F sharp and D flat. Wait a second. Odd. All of the dominant chords in 12. The notes that are in the dominant chords are G, B, G, B, F, A flat, and D. So basically that diminished chord and D sharp for the augmented chord. So the only odd intervals. So if you made a rule for dominance where it was, I wonder what would happen if the rule for dominant was also no odd intervals, because that would exclude the F sharp. So if you said dominant has a leading tone plus, I don't really understand this definition that well, but it obviously works. But what if it had no odd intervals? Would that just make the would that get rid of any of these? B augmented would be safe. B diminished would be safe. B minor would be excluded. Thank heavens. A flat diminished would be safe. 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 Safe and safe. Yeah, I think you would just get rid of that. You'd probably fix that. I wonder if that would be better. Because feel like there's plenty of voice leading where tritone to fifth or flat 2 to tonic works as well. Tritone to fifth. You say F sharp to G. Might exclude good progressions in weirder Edos. It might, yeah. I wonder though, like how many. I mean, I don't know though. I don't know where that. So leading tone going to the root plus unstable interval. The second half of this, I don't understand. It says or, like the second half of the dominant definition says or has a stable interval but no root. Well, that part I get. The no root part I get. But okay, or has stable interval, but basically that's saying or it has a G in it, like it has the fifth in it. So a dominant chord either has a leading tone and an unstable interval, or it has a leading tone and a G in it. That's basically what it's saying. And then it classifies A flat as a leading tone, right? So like in 12 Edo, if A flat is a leading tone, the only notes, all the notes in the dominant chords, other than F sharp's the only odd interval, I think. Or the only odd, yeah, the only odd interval would be the tritone in that. So because D and F are unstable, then A flat is a leading tone, right? So you'd have B and A flat as leading tones. And then the only other note in 12 that pops up is D sharp, and that is a color tone. So it doesn't exclude color tones. You know what I wanted to do actually is I want to try some progressions in 12 that are not traditional progressions, just voice leading stuff that uses these notes according to this system. This obviously works fine with triads. It's like 90% good. I mean, at most, maybe more, like, I don't know what percent that one chord is. Every chord I agree with except that one. And I think if you just excluded the odd intervals, that would definitely take care of that. I don't know what that would preclude you from. So when you extend this into larger Edos, you are choosing a tuning range of cent values to classify the notes as being stable, modal, hollow, unstable, leading, or odd, right? So you just had to decide like anything between this number of cents is going to be modal or whatever. Okay, that's interesting. That makes sense. So okay, cool. I'm curious, what was your okay, so your tuning range for modal, I already know because you said the size of the thirds. Hollow and odd are kind of the same. So hollow is the 6 and the minor 7. The modal helps define what the chord types are. Okay, I kind of want to try this. I want to do a little testing. I can see that this works. And I'm impressed with how well it works. I think this is overall, this is very good. That being said, I am curious. Where does this... How well does this hold up in like different situations? So let me find my friggin' cable. And I need to find my linnstrument. Why is that so low, man? That's weird. Do I have this on a retuner or something? I have it on rechannel. Alright, let's turn it off. Turn off pitch bend. Let's get a fuller sound than that. And that'll work. Alright. Okay, let's just take this idea and just explore this idea. So this is they're saying you can download MIDI directly off the website if you want. Chord progressions. Interval quality cent ranges. Oh, thank you for sending me this. Nice. Okay. That's cool. All right. 1040 to 1200 leading. Interesting. And then 735 to 850 minor 6. Okay, cool. Odd, dissonant. Okay, so let me see. So dominant has a leading tone that resolves to the root plus unstable interval, or has stable interval but no root. So it's either got oh man, how do I so it has to have a B and either a D, F, or a G. And it can't have a C in it. And according to this, it can't have like a G between I don't know about that part. I'm gonna ignore that for now. So if we just have B, let's just see. I don't know, like, so if I have B, so I have B, so if I have B, so if I have B and D, that goes to C and E, of course. Now, what can I add to B and D that makes it not work? Does F sharp make it not work? That'd be the B minor chord. We already went over that, so we'll leave that up in the air. Is there another one that wouldn't make it work? Obviously G, it still works, because that's the one. A flat. I think it's fine. B flat would not work, right? So is that part of the rules? Has leading tone plus, or would it work? Has leading tone plus unstable interval. No stable intervals between chord tones. So what if I did B, D, and B flat? Does the B flat ruin it? I don't think it does. I think it's fine. Okay, let's see what else. So we do B, D, and A. I mean, that can be fine too. What have I not tried? B, D, and D sharp. Okay. I didn't try B, D, and D flat. I gotta say, that's the weirdest one. I think the B flat. And the D flat, although they can still work. Sounds like a chromatic submediant. Oh, which one? This one? So that's adding the D flat. So that would be the other odd interval. So I don't know. Maybe if you did get rid of the odd intervals. But honestly, like I do like B, C sharp, F to C all the time, basically as like a dominant. I think really the weird note is just the F sharp. Okay, let's try some other stuff. B flat, B, D. Sounds like a chromatic median. I do think that one is kind of weird too, yeah. It feels like it's wants to go somewhere else. But I don't know. So much of this is just subjective anyway. Okay. The B goes up, it's good. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, predominant. Has an unstable interval and no leading tone to the root. Holy shit, that's so vague. Has an unstable interval and no leading tone to the root. So it has either D or F and no B. And anything else would count. That sounds insane. Can that really be true? Let's see. I mean, that one's good. Well, that's a classic right here. There's either D or F and then no B in it. What about let's try something stupid like this. Perfect. Let's try this one. Damn, this is good. Not as good. But I think it can work. So yeah, I mean that makes sense. So all those F chords. So it has to have D or F in it. I could even have both. This puts D diminished as a predominant, right? I don't know why I keep thinking it might put it as a dominant. It does not, though, I remember already. They're all predominants. Everything on a D. So if it's on a D, it's D minor. I mean, this is a dominant of this, but just ignoring that, it's, I guess in the context of C. Fair enough. What do you do? And then, anything with an F and no B. What if you do this? Huh? How about this? That sounds crazy, but that sounds good though. Is it really that simple? Holy shit. Damn. You and this asshole cracked the fucking code, man. I don't know what to say. You and Rando31edo.com figured music out. I don't know. I'm trying to break it, man. I really don't want it to work, but seems to work. Let's try a few more. Yeah, if you put an F in the chord, it's a fucking predominant. Just don't put a B in it. Let's listen to this one, dude. Um, what would be a crazy one? I don't know. I feel like I played the crazy one already. Let's do this one. Let's go. Let's invert that. That one's better. Smash face in the keyboard blocking B. Yeah. You can resolve any cluster of nodes as long as it doesn't have B in it. Yeah. We should play every note except B, except B. It has to have an F in it or a D. If it has a D or an F, it's a predominant chord. What about this? You don't think this is, do you? But it's actually perfect. Wait. Also works. Note cluster that isn't mediant. um, Yeah, I guess the B does not want to go to the G. I guess well that worked. I guess the voice leading matters. Just throw a D in on top in like just play any random notes, but throw a D in there, and you have a predominant chord. This is a median. As soon as I throw the D, no, even the F. So F sharp major 7 is a predominant chord. Wait. Uh, What if I do this one and then go to a different dominant chord? That's not dominant. What's a dominant chord? It has to have a B in it. That was dominant then. This is so funny. You're losing your mind. This is the worst sounding thing that it resolves. Yeah, that's right. And there you go. Damn, dude. Fucking solved this shit. Alright. Well, nothing left to do now except write music, I guess. Because voice leading has been completely solved, obviously. What do people even go to music school for? I don't know, man. They're not as smart as you, I'll tell you that. Music school is for fucking idiots, man. We did it all. Holy shit. No, it is cool. It's definitely interesting. I mean, I think, you know, you could finesse the voice leading. There's more to it than that. I mean, I was looking for the good voice leading and stuff. I was trying to make it work. I think I also, like, the other thing is, like, I think not every dominant chord is, and same with the tonic chords too. I think not every dominant is created equal. Not every tonic chord is either. Also, I can't tell you how many times I just sat around and tried to make ugly chords resolve nicely to pretty chords, so I definitely think there are ways to finesse it. But really it's not that complicated when you boil it down. It's really just like finding nearby notes. Just thinking of all the notes as moving like individually. The other thing is like if you go to a 5 chord, that's the other thing. We didn't really like like a predominant to a dominant is not that. It's like kind of the thing is when you hear the 5-1, then you're like, ah, it worked. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if this would work as well if you just went 2-5, 2-5, 2-5, 2-5 over and over again. Like if we didn't resolve the 5 to the 1, I don't know if it would. I don't know if it would feel as glued together. Like if we just went. Is that the same as. You know what I mean? Like we take a bunch of random. That was not random, that's a common one. That's the augmented 6th thing. But yeah, you could take like all kinds of different. I don't know though. I think it does work because like if I don't put the F in there. I don't think I can go like any random chord to a G chord and it'll just work as well. Like you can do that for sure. That doesn't even have an F in it. Or a D. Let's try to break it in those ways. Let's try to make a dominant chord with a C in it. You know what I mean? That would violate the definition. So let's try to do dominant to tonic, but have a C in both chords. So let's go. I mean, that already worked, right? But maybe that was a predominant. Maybe that's what that means. But if that's the case, we could do... That's not great sounding, but... So let's try like... Let's try like... Let's try going from a dominant to something else. Yeah, go dominant. I mean, you could do all kinds of shit, still makes sense. So, I mean, you know, if the voices lead a certain direction. Like I like to do this all the time where you like put chords between the dominant and the root. Does that mean the chord in between has a dominant function? I don't know. Probably not. Going from a G7 to a whatever the hell that is. That's a B flat. Or, no, it's an A flat. It's like a weird sussy chord. What is that chord? B flat, E flat, A flat with a D flat. It's like a B flat minor with a 4 in it. B flat minor 11, but over the third. I guess we rooted it on the. Be like a D flat major 9 with some extensions. So we like. Okay, the weary formula. Play D, then resolve. Right. Play a D. Play a B, and then a C. But if we go to this thing, like, I don't know. We go to this thing, and we go in. Let's see. If you click random buttons, it does not always sound good, that is for sure. What was it? Yeah, whatever. Nice. All right. I do think this works like quite well. I mean, maybe it's not perfect. It's not like perfectly nuanced. There might be a weird chord here or there, but it's very very impressive how well it works. And I think even more so when you get into the other tunings. So I haven't checked out some of these new ones. So there's 15 Ito. So these are pretty much the same. Yeah. Difference being we have a new one here. No, that's not new. Never mind. These are all the same. These are exactly the same. So yeah. So okay. Anyway, I really wanted to know if I understood the way the voice leading worked, and I definitely didn't. But I think I do now. Um, it's kind of like the way this guy went about is kind of it's probably not how I would have figured it out. But I wouldn't even have bothered trying, to be totally honest. So I am very impressed how well this works. And he made some interesting conclusions, but I think it does work fine. Like, it works well enough. It probably is, to some extent, oversimplifying. I mean, it's not teaching you how to do anything with nuance. But yeah, I think it's actually a decent kind of roadmap to just kind of random chord progressions that will work smoothly. And then just being able to apply that to alternative tunings is just so cool. But the way that it extends to alternative tunings, I think I did understand that. Basically, we're just defining intervals in regions. And you sent me the regions too. So I wonder if any of these seem odd to me. Let's see. 0 to 160 is odd. 160 to 255 is unstable. Yeah, that does make sense. And 255 to 440 is modal. That makes sense. Then the fourths, 440 to 560. That makes sense. Is the super major third is like right on the cusp of that, isn't it? And 22 Ito. So in 27, wouldn't the super major third be, yeah, it'd be 444. So that's not even going to count as a tonic triad. Blackwood in 20 Ito functions almost identically to 12. Blackwood 10 functions identically to 12. Wait, what does that mean? Blackwood 10 is a totally symmetrical scale. I don't know how it would function identically to 12. I mean, I know it has... Yeah, I know what you mean. Like the same as diatonic in 12. How would that work the same? It seems like in Blackwood you should be able to resolve anywhere. It's two dominants in the same positions. It would have a dominant in 5 positions, right? Or what do you mean? 2 dominants in the same positions? Oh, on this table? Relative to the tonic? Is Blackwood on here? How do I do it? In 20. Is it 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 1? Is that all it is? Type in scale finder. Oh. Oh, cool. That's cool. 0. Do I put commas? Oh, space separated. It says it right there. Oh, I can just copy and paste what you wrote. All right. Oh, it is 313131. Okay. That's what I thought. All right. Oh, it doesn't get rid of the notes, so okay, whatever. It's fine. Oh, that's interesting. So this shows you the chords in the scale. Cool. That's cool. Okay, remove the notes. Oh, I see. Okay. Cool. Damn, this is pretty neat. Okay. All right. So you're saying it has this and this, even though this is actually in a weird spot, because the normal version would have the down B on there, predominant in the same spots. Yeah, actually, it's not really the same because in 20 Edo, you'd have this one. The down B diminished. Wait, minor. What the hell? Hold on. Let me do this again. Wait a second. Now I'm confused. Minor. That's not right. Minor. Oh, you're saying like the B minor? Alright, let's see here. Major. Oh, fuck. Wait a second. I gotta look at this now. I've never done Blackwood in 20 Edo. I'm thinking of 15 Edo. But I'm pretty sure what I'm thinking is true, which is that the 5 chord is super major, and that dubious minor chord on the 7. I mean, I guess if you ignore that, then it does have a 5-1, but I don't even think it's the same 5-1. Yeah, let's look. Bruh, where is it? 12. 12 20. Does not have the. Well, it's got. No, that's the right third. That's the right third, right? What's up with 20 Edo? Okay, never mind. Yeah, I guess so. Let's look. Yeah, because the other one would be neutral. Never mind. Yeah, okay. Take that back. All right, I see what you're saying. It's got the 5 chord on the 5, and it's got that chord, which that's not normally considered a dominant chord, but I see that on this chart it would be on in 12 as well. Yeah. It's got 251 in it. The minor mode doesn't have any dominance in it. Yeah, that's yeah, I know. Yeah. Blackwood is major and minor alternating. Yeah, but what I was saying before was that your if you have a song in Blackwood, because everything is symmetrical, it's not gonna tonicize like a diatonic scale would. But you could tonicize more easily if you just did nice tone, which is actually in Blackwood. So you could use Blackwood and nice tone together to like shift between different keys that are like 5-Eto on the 5-Eto chain apart from each other, as long as they're major. But if you really wanted to like centralize your melodies around a tonic in a way that's not like vague, you would want to use nice tone or something asymmetrical. Because any symmetrical scale, that's always going to be the problem, is that there's no internal logic directing it towards one place. While it is true that there's a 5-1 in Blackwood, there's also a 5-1 in 4 other places on Blackwood. The reason diatonic so strongly points to one key is because there's one dominant per diatonic scale. There's one dominant in the scale. There's one 5-1 resolution. So that's what makes it tonicize so strongly. Or at least that's part of it, I guess. I found it cool to play in the minor mode and tonicize using the major 5, which is outside the scale. Just like we use dominant chords in minor. Yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking that. Same thing. But yeah, I mean, Blackwood is definitely an interesting scale. And I haven't used it that much, but from what I have done with it, so you have a dominant chord on every single scale degree. Or no, 960. What is it, the harmonic 7? What do you consider the dominant in this? The 1020? That'd be the flat 7. So you have a dominant chord on. Wait, if it's 12 out of 20 is your 5, right? 12 out of 20 is your 5. If I look at this, the 7th is 960 cents. Oh, the reason you don't have a minor chord dominant is because you don't have the major 3rd. But you do have the same harmonic 7th. Okay. So you have the harmonic 7th on every scale degree. You have a 4th off of every scale degree. And a 5th. Interesting. Interesting. You both alternate tritones. Alternate major 6th and minor 6th. Alternate minor 7th and major super major 7th. Majors. Super. Down major? What the fuck? Yeah, I guess so. Mid seventh is really close to major seventh, but I guess when the fourth is that, I mean the third is that sharp. You gotta sleep, yeah, right on. Thanks for dropping in, Paleac. Yeah, this is definitely fun. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Yeah, this is cool. Cool little rabbit hole. Um, yeah, have a good night. Yeah, I'll definitely send you those 27 chords too. I just keep got the contest tomorrow. I have them all. I just need to put them in a list. It's the only reason I haven't done it. Just need to format it. I think I have the. I might have a text file of it though. Actually, should be pretty easy to do. All right. Okay, let's see. Did I miss anything on here? So the unstable notes, modal scales, leading tones, minor sixth, major seventh. Expanding to 31. I'm still curious what this website says. So to make the system work for 31, we need to put all 31 steps into categories based on how they function in the scale. Stable notes are the same. For the modal steps, we add subminor and supermajor. The hollow steps, we add supermajor 6th and subminor 7th. Can add the neutral 6th and 7th as well. Unstable major 2 and perfect 4 joined by neutral 2, supermajor 2, subminor, or sub 4, and super 4. All within a semitone of one or more modal notes. And all capable of providing instability to a chord. Additionally, we have one more step to add. That's the neutral third. Neutral third isn't modal. The neutral third isn't modal. This root triad is 18, 22, 27, significantly more difficult, dissonant. Its distance from the more stable thirds places it in the same group as the second and fourth. Is that... I don't think that's how Paleac did this, is it? If I go to 31 is a neutral chord. Neutral chord's tonic. Then I think, yeah, he classified those as thirds. Okay, so he classified them as thirds. I probably agree with that. Leading steps beyond the minor 6th and major 7th, we add in subminor 6th and super major 7th. These are more directional equivalents of minor 6 and major 7 and are used in generally different contexts. Subminor 6, super major 7. Right. Still providing direction for a stable root in 5th. Subminor 6 and super major 7th. There's a dissonant neutral third expressed outward by comma tones to the 4th between perfect 5 and perfect 8. Making them useful tools for tension and release. Finally, for odd steps, we have subminor 2, minor 2, augmented 4th, diminished 5th. Same as minor 2nd, augmented 4th. We add in the super 1, sub 5, super 5, and sub octave. This way they add dissonance and tension to existing chords, but without the ability to provide much function on their own. So that's another thing Paleac did differently, is that the sub-octave and stuff, he classified as leading. I could definitely see justification for both, I guess. But, okay. Important to note that the function of some steps may differ depending on context. No model is perfect. For ears, hear something a certain way. A model should aim to explain it. Super fourth is an unstable step, but when placed atop a harmonic seventh chord, functions closer to an odd note, like a sharp 11. These functions are a basis to work off of and are useful for understanding 31 Ito harmony, but can't apply without exceptions. Table below includes functions for chords in many common important scales. So according to this, minor 6 and 1 are both tonic chords. Sus 4, minor 2, and 4 are subdominant. Dominant is 5 and diminished 7. Mediant is minor 3. These are chords from different scales. So 1 harmonic 11, subminor 1, supermajor 1, sesquisharp 3, supermajor, half flat 2. The fuck's the O mean? Half flat 2 O. What the hell's an O chord? The fuck's an O chord, man? Orwell? What the hell's that? What even is that chord? Hey, Pascal, what's up? What the fuck's an O chord, man? Do they explain that on this website? Chords? List of chords, fucking nothing. Thanks. Orwell tetrad. What the fuck's an Orwell tetrad? Bro, what's an Orwell tetrad, man? God damn it, now I have to like fucking look this shit up. 31 Ito, I gotta fucking backwards engineer what the hell they're talking about. How do you even make Orwell in 31? Seven out of 31. And then stack it 9 times, they said. Okay, and then if I look at this, are there any other weird ones? Harmonic. Okay, I get that. Orwell. Okay, harmonic. What the fuck's a harmonic? So they're saying There's a 1 harmonic 11 with no third and a 9. So that's going to show me what mode we're in. Well, there's plenty of thirds in this. There's only 1 harmonic 7th. What is harmonic 11? Is that the 11 and the 4? It's got the 7 and the 4, or it's just the 11? I don't know what this fucking chord symbol means. 1 harmonic 11, no 3, add 9. Is there a 7 in that? Why are they telling me they're adding the 9? Does that mean there's no 7? Is it just 1 and fucking 5 and 9 and 11? The fuck is this chord? And it also says there's a subminor, super major on the same chord. So there's subminor and super major on that as well. So that, no, there's no subminor. 270s, is 270 subminor? Yeah, it is, never mind. There is subminor and super major. But there's also subminor and super major on 2 other positions, and they both also have the harmonic 11th. But they don't have the harmonic 7th. And none of these have a good 9. None of these have a good 9. So, what does that mean? It doesn't say flat 9. They all have the same 9, so there's no real clue. The notation here is a bit strange. No 3 says no 3 in the chord, no third harmonic. Yeah, no fucking shit, man. And then this only comes up for the 3rd and 5th. What is with this weird... What's with Zen musicians, like, thinking people don't understand basic theory because they don't understand it? It's so weird that... Fucking... That is just so strange to me. Like, why would you be confused by that? But it happens so much. Like, if you're only into music because you study this, then that seems really weird to you. Note 3 says no 3 in the chord, not no third harmonic. This comes up for the 3rd and 5th harmonics. The rest match their position. Many of these extended chords, the super 11 will act as an odd, not unstable interval like a sharp 11. That doesn't tell me if there's a fucking 7th in the chord, man. What's an Orwell tetrad? What's an Orwell tetrad, bro? Alright, fuck it. It says half flat 3 Orwell. Why is the flat 2 Orwell subdominant? But the half flat 3 Orwell, the half sharp 1 Orwell, no, half flat, half sharp 4 Orwell, and half flat 6 Orwell are dominant. The 7 Orwell is a mediant. Flat 2, sesquiflat 3. Oh, this kind of tells you the pattern. One flat 2, sesquiflat 3. half sharp 4, flat, half flat 6, 4, I mean. No, half flat 6. And there's a 7. Do I have that in the... Which mode has that? Because I don't know which mode they're thinking of. So, flat 2 is... It's going to be a good clue right here. Be the 1/16 cent. So the first... So this is already the wrong mode. It's going to be a 1/16. But so it's... This is also the wrong mode. Because no 1/16. There's no harmonic 11th with the 1/16 on it. So this is not even... This doesn't even make sense. Oh, half flat 2. My bad. Half flat 2. Half flat 2. Okay, so that would be this. Okay, so it's probably that. And then sesquiflat 3. $271. So half flat 6. And then 7. I don't think there's a half flat 6 in there. There's no half flat 6 anywhere, dude. Did I read this wrong? Oh, that's a flat 6. Yes, I did read that wrong. Flat 6. So that would be right there. It doesn't really say anything about the harmonic 7th anywhere. So it could be this. Could be this. Could be this. What is the Orwell tetrad? This is just ups and downs notation. This says nothing about Orwell tetrads. You write this website, you don't even put the frickin' chords on there, man. Where's the fucking chord? Oh my god. Okay. Let's listen to some of this stuff. Okay, it says here that Orwell tetrad is just a stack of subminor thirds. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, nice. So where in this do we have? I think we have that in a bunch of spots. It'd be um 270 plus 270 would be 540. Plus 270 would be 812, I guess. So here, 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 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it'd be 6 of those in this. All right. Harrison Major. This bunch of 31 Ito theory here. Interesting. I guess I gotta play some of these scales and chords and stuff. And 31 might be fun. All right, let's do that. It says minor 6 is a tonic. I guess that makes sense. Then subdominant says this. Okay, the Orwell. What is the Orwell scale? Maybe I can make sense of this. Orwell. is, did they put the Orwell scale in some mode somewhere? Scales, here we go. On the tonic of principal first mode of Orwell, we have subminor and supermajor triads, a subminor seventh chord, and a harmonic subset chord. So they, okay, now I understand. So they put that mode with the harmonic seventh as mode 1. So if I change this, think to this. Oops, never mind. It's to this. No, what the fuck? Maybe this one. Oops, fuck. Quick, cancel. Okay. Oh, this is it. Okay, I found it. Okay, so it'd be 2, 4, 7. Or sorry, 2, 2, 3. What? That doesn't make sense. 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. It's 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. So 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. So we go. What's 4 in this? One less than this. That's 3. 4, 3, 4, 4. That wasn't right. Okay, what am I doing wrong? 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. So what am I doing wrong? It is definitely 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. So Is that 4? Is that the problem? It is 4. 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. I'm doing something wrong. Oh. 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 3. 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 3. That's the problem. Okay, so 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 3. That's an Orwell tetrad. How you doing? Good morning. Yeah, I'm just doing some, I'm looking at that 31 Ito Harmony website, that Paliak got his functional harmony system from, basically. Although I'm seeing there's quite a few differences in how they conceptualize these. But, not that many, really. But I'm seeing there are some interesting, they have a chart on this website with functional chords in different MOS scales. So one of them is in Orwell. So I had to do a little sleuthing to figure out what they think mode 1 of Orwell is. So they're saying a harmonic 11 no 3 9 is I guess it'd be this chord. It's not really a 9. It's like a down 9. They consider that a tonic chord. No, this is in 31. Sorry, let me update this. Yeah, we're 31. So this is Orwell in 31. I just learned this scale. That's wrong. Okay, so they put sub minor 1. There's a tonic chord, super major 1, there's a tonic chord, and sesquiflat 3. Super is a tonic chord. And they put half flat 2 Orwell. Subdominant. And sesquiflat 3 subminor is subdominant. And then for dominant, they put sesquiflat 3 Orwell. So this. So they're saying you can go from here to here. Well, that kind of makes sense. Interesting. Can you go to the other tonic chord? It says sesquiflat 3 super major. That would just be this chord. Wait, no. That'd be a dominant. So they're saying you go from here. It's like dominant, subminor, predominant to this. They're also saying this. With this. Okay. So dominant chords, sesquiflat, 3 Orwell. All of the dominant chords are Orwell chord tetrads according to this. So sesquiflat 3 Orwell, half sharp, half sharp full 5 Orwell. No, 4 Orwell, half sharp 4. Maybe this. Subdominant. The only non-Orwell subdominant is half flat 3 subminor. So I was doing the half sharp 4 Orwell. Oh, that's the dominant. So I should be going from this to this. All the dominant chords are Orwell tetrads. Why? Half Orwell sesquiflat 3. The only good one is this one. Oh man, I'm losing my mind. I can't focus. Then the median, the only median it says is Orwell 7. Dude. What? That's so weird. What is that? It says you can also go to this sub minor here. So you just go. Okay, whatever. And then the hell's a dilithium? Okay, I don't know, dude. I'll look more at this some other time, I guess. Oh, it's already been 5 hours. I like barely played any music. I just stared at charts and shit. I'm so sorry, Doman, if you're out there. Alright, at least it was looking at functional harmony instead of RTT. But, I don't know what I learned, if anything. I guess we'll find out one day. But, yeah, appreciate everybody. Check out the stream. Would I roll my face upon it? For you, Mr. Leaky, I'll do anything. Alright, but I'll be back on, tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow is a big day. Tomorrow is the day of the 343 Ito contest. We have 8 participants that have submitted pieces. We also have some bonus music from myself, from Chase McAllister, not to be confused with Sound Chaser, from Bud Jarn, and yeah. So, unless I get some last minute submissions between now and then, we'll have those 8. But yeah, we have a piece from Stephen Weigel. We have music from Paleac. Music from Ambient, Esoterica. A lot of really cool stuff. So yeah, it'll be an earlier stream. 10 p.m. Eastern Time will be the time of the contest. I'll probably start stream a little before that, though. And since there's only 8 songs, I'm gonna try to drag this shit out all night, but I imagine the contest itself won't last more than, I'd say, 2 hours is a stretch. So probably something like 10 to midnight, if we can drag it out that long. Okay. And yeah, also exciting stuff coming up for the stream. I'm going to be doing some interviews on the stream. Interviewing. It's going to be a community spotlight where we have just other xenharmonicists and microtonalists on the stream, hanging out, talking shit. I will ask them questions. Anybody watching can ask questions. It'll be a fucking crazy riot of a party. I already have the first guest. The first guest has agreed to do it, but we're not going to start that until January. But I will post more. I'll keep y'all posted on that. And then another thing is, I think I'm going to try to start a weekly jam. We'll see how it goes. We used to do jams on Ninjam. I've done it with a variable a couple times. And this rapper guy. So I'm going to try to start doing that again. We'll see if that leads to anything, but I'll just have a jam. I'll just have one night a week will be the jam night, where if someone wants to come in and do a jam, we'll just do it. So I'll keep y'all posted on that as well. But yeah, so 2 new semi-regular, maybe weekly or every other week or so, we'll do the interview. And probably try to do a jam every week. So there you go. Maybe just do extra crazy clock instead. There's not much to learn from lesser geniuses, so please do not deprive us of undiluted Gordonian and wisdom times. There's still plenty of just me. That I'm still 90% of the stream, at least. So. And I have a good feeling that no one's going to really want to do the jams. And probably too many people are going to want to get interviewed. That's my expectation. But yeah. The interview is not going to last the whole stream. I'm not going to do a freaking 4 or 5 hour interview. But you know, we'll just have people on for a little while. And then the jams people will have to show up to. Only interview dead guys? You know, Mr. Leaky? I'm only going to interview dead guys. I'm only going to interview the dead. So I'm going to have to kill the first guest. Sick. Yes. Alright. Have a good one, Mr. Leaky. I'll be back tomorrow. 343 contest tomorrow. Everything's been leading to this one special night. This one ultimate stream. Everything after this is going to be like living in pure hell. Just an endless slog of boredom and nothingness. Because tomorrow's going to be such a peak experience. All other things shall be ruined in comparison to how elating and mesmerizing tomorrow's stream is going to be. Okay. Looking forward to it. See y'all then. Have a good one. Goodbye.